Finesse Connect 4 is in town, man. Look at this. Amazing, unbelievable, 4K, 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 oh my god! Yeah! It's going to be quite some time before I get a chance to do a PTC. There's 2 Aer Lingus jets lined up one behind the other. Quarter! Yeah! Oh, nice 764 lined up. Wow, it's quite low cloud base. Blustery, could see a little bit of precip at some point during soon. Now let's watch this thing. Already the 764s. Straining at the leash, there she goes. Come on, girl. I hope this isn't James lined up now, Jimmy. Jet Set James. Ten seconds, man. 10 seconds. Very derated, man. Look at that. Or listen to that. That's insane, man. Barely touched the throttles. Bit blustery on the climb out. Got to be 15-20 mile an hour, isn't it? wind this one up. Here we go. The water being kicked up by it. Little puddles of patches of water already on it. Yeah. Keep that straight. A little bit of rudder input there. America. Always the Trents that led them off. Stand by. Not yet. Is this country's now become the windy country or something? Can't remember the last calm day we had. Hey folks, welcome to Wednesday. You're watching Big Jet TV. 60 seconds, count to 60 seconds, and we'll be right back. GP, run times. Welcome back, folks. Some chat. Maggie, Koala, Tony, Austin, Sir James Doink, John Grennan, Michael White, Andy P. Leapler Photography, very busy skies over London Heathrow today. Diane 78, Windy Isles, yes. Sort of getting a bit of a name for itself. Jane Urquhart, good morning. Airtime Irish, there we go. Will this runway be doing landings anytime soon? 3 o'clock this afternoon, Airtime Irish. The usual turnaround for the westerly departures every day at 1500 hours. Nice Iberia 330. Today we are on the 330. Evan, Mark Harding, Charlie Redpath. Good morning to you, Kaz, Thomas Baines, Jimmy G. Yeah, earlier start to the show. Jimmy G's heading up to the airport pub at Manchester. Say hello to my good friend up there. Terry, that is. He's the owner. I think he must still be the proprietor, I would imagine. I think there's CF6s running on that 330. See the size differential between the new super twin high bypass ratio engines, like those XWBs over there, massive. Nice Swiss A321. Leapler photography, VA to LAX. We do have a Virgin pilot going out. I think he's going out this morning, telling us he'll give us a wave. This could go up quite early. Dome. See, a lot of people think that the 777-3 doesn't have winglets. Well, it does, but it's got raked wing tips, as you can see there. Big pointy extension to the wing. There she is, GP. Slinger on the push. If you're not awake, you're awake now. Holding that rudder. Obviously, because the wind's trying to kick it over to the right, or actually, with those winds, he'll probably be kicking it over to the left. So you can see the rudder, he's still got it, or she's still got it, kicking right. Nice. And that's it with the rudder. No more activity. Beautiful aeroplane. Look at that, folks. Hainan Airlines returning to Heathrow from 7th of April. Credit Sean M. 1997, Elliot Reed. Sorry. Oh, JB Troop reports his uncle is on the Singapore Slinger, on the A380, Singapore Airlines A380, that is. Nice Icelandair 737 just touching down on the other runway. That's going to be coming out probably in about an hour's time, I would have thought. Quite a bit of lurch going on there, man. Israelites. It's actually kicking him, trying to kick him to the right, isn't it? So that's why his rudder's over to the right. Now he's in the air. Now he can let go of that rudder. Now it's all the hand controls. The yoke. Might see a little bit of condensation off these wingtips. Now there's a wingtip for you. The fence style wingtip or winglet. Otherwise complicated. Okay, then bringing a 737 in today then. Peter asking, did anyone manage to follow the Antonov all the way last week? I tracked it when Jerry waved goodbye all the way to Anchorage. From Anchorage, I couldn't pick her up. Wow. Yeah, she was still #1 for quite some time afterwards. And thank you once again. What a great show that was from Anchorage. Got some great feedback from that, especially from Antonov themselves and Mr. Antonov. Just because of the fact that it's always looks so heavy. I don't know if that undercarriage is that assembly, the trucks and the wheels and the whole assembly there is just a big heavy component, isn't it? Just looks very lumbering when that undercarriage goes off. Going to get a big left bank at some point in time, I'd imagine, out of this Iberia jet. Left turn cloud. He's going to disappear into the cloud before he turns, possibly. Alex Hilton, no work getting done this morning. Well, we can't blame you, mate. We can't blame you. Look right the way through these edges, man. Oh, man, they're coming out, mate. Go on, girl. EGPX, Malaysian aircraft, wearing the flag with pride. Lovely looking plane. Fiona A. Matt Shardlow. Good morning, Alex Hill. Paul B08. Good morning to you. Morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Middle of the week, although I keep thinking it's Sunday. Sir James doing stunning sound today. Finally! 78 Slinger on radar. Kaz. MH3 wasn't A380 when I went 5 years ago. Business class, wow, how about that? See, it's a big old lump in it, the 330 undercarriage. Sort of beefier than the 787. Or it appears to be so anyway. It's certainly taller. She sits up taller, doesn't she? Start 69. Wind it up, Pratt Whitney. Yeah. Wow. That's 2 car alarms he set off. Pratt Whitney's beating the Trents. It's gone up quite quick, isn't it? What about that flight deck on the AN124, folks? I especially find it, you know, appealing because of my dad having flown the old analog style aircraft with a flight engineer sitting behind the pilots on the right hand side with his flight engineer's panel. So it certainly appeals to me, that's for sure. British Airways 380 taxiing out for departure. You got that? Looking possibly at some blustery conditions this coming Friday, folks. We're monitoring it, and if it happens, you know where we'll be. So we're holding on to Friday for you. Mike Hoare is a new member. Welcome, Mike. Or Mike Howe, possibly. But a very warm welcome to you, Mike. Get involved in the chat. Talk tech. If you want to talk tech, folks, I love to either try and answer questions or put questions to the audience. It's just anything you want to talk about aeroplanes, folks. Bring it on. Daniel, good day to you. Can we have a night show soon? Go into a night show. Yeah. Alex Hilton loving the spot. Yeah, of course, Courtyard by Marriott, folks. Right there, bottom right hand side of your screen. Big shout out to all our friends here at the Courtyard Marriott. Exclusive position for Big Jet TV. And we're very proud to be able to bring you this wonderful footage of the roll on point of 27 right here at London Heathrow. Avro Arrow, that Pratt & Whitney sound, yeah. This is Rolls-Royce Trent 9. It's going to roll it straight on and tear up the runway, or is he going to sit there and hold it for a little bit? So he's got his little outboard light running on the winglet there. He's going straight out, mate. Yeah! See how far those outboard engines reach out over the runway, blowing all the moisture off the runway still there from last night's rain. Wow, he's gone up early, man. Beautiful, beautiful. It just goes to show how efficient that wing is. Tell you what though, I wish the A380 would sit at the end of the runway for 4 minutes like the Antonov. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? We do see it in you do see it in cold conditions. Could go left, could go right. Likely to go left, I would have thought. Here she goes now. Oh yeah, you want another one? We've got another one. So remember what we talked about regarding the radome, or the nose cone, as some people might call it. But the radome at the front there, it's just a dome covering the radar, the weather radar. So one part of the aircraft that is obviously receives a right old battering because of its position being right at the front of the plane. So these components, as they are known, need to be serviced regularly. That's a serviceable item. So you know that's why you see these radomes replaced. Obviously. From time to time, it may be as a result of a strike in terms of like a bird or a very large insect, but no, it will be. Clear skies over the top, GP. I can go cruises if you want. Spot. I don't think I can see a Qatar tail in the distance in terms of like the 380 at least. See, look at the flaperons, folks. Look at the left one; it's up slightly, and the right one is down slightly. I think that's to counteract the wind. As soon as they take to the skies, that will all adjust, and there they go into action now. Big chunky monkey undercarriage on 787. Same undercarriage, I think, as the B1, isn't it? Is that right, folks? Big chunky thing. Is this James? I don't know which one he's on. loving the shots. Thank you, folks. I aim to please. Oh, we're your firing squad, sir. Oh, nice bank shot, man. Nice bank shot. There she is. Big old lump. Look at that, folks. It's not a new camera, folks. It's the camera's obviously been switched to 4K. It's the unit itself. It's the bonding unit itself that is new. 73 meters long. Now that thing, folks, can carry up to 560 tons in terms of its, well, not carry, but the maximum takeoff weight, I think, is around about 560 tons. That's just incredible, isn't it? And of course, the Singapore A380 was the first to come to London Heathrow, and the first to come back to London Heathrow. See, they've still got that the maintenance work going on that taxiway there, so that taxiway entrance point is closed off, so they're having to use this one here when it's busy. Amazing that the studies for this aircraft started as far back as 1988. What were you doing in 1988, folks? Wearing silly clothes, I think, weren't we? Were we still wearing silly clothes with shoulder pads and all that? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that was 1982, but the project itself wasn't announced until 2 years later, 1990. Of course, it was brought on to dominate or try to counteract the dominance of the 747 Airbus at the time. It's amazing, isn't it? Hindsight is a wonderful thing. I think, to be honest with you, you know, Airbus were already halfway there, because the double-decker had already been conceived, let's say, by Boeing with their double-decker. If you look back in the archives and look at the original Boeing 747. Just keep it quiet now, because this 380 is coming up that ramp, very slowly creeping up that ramp towards us. Airways jets, well, these 380s running a Rolls-Royce power plant. 2 options on the A380 given to the customer. General Electric Pratt & Whitney mix, or the Rolls-Royce Trent 900, purring away. Look how the wings are drooping with all that tip tanks, all the tip tanks full of fuel, man. Of course, they've got, even if they want it, they've got fuel in the rear stabilizers as well. That is a fuel tank, which is directly funneled or fed from the main tanks if they need it, but just for weights and balance more than anything else. I don't even think he's going to stop on the blocks, straight out. Already those wings starting to flex up, and it is I put a video up a little while ago featuring the a takeoff on board the A380 to show you just how far up those wings do flex. We believe it's somewhere in the region from the negative to the positive, around about 11 feet, just before she rotates. There we go, there's the flex. Wow, yeah. Whoa. Getting caught by that side wind, man. Getting hammered more than anything else. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Look at it! Nice Air Canada Dreamliner Bandit coming out. Where's this one going? SFO or something? Miami? No, 380. Miami, eh? So that won't make a turn at all. She'll go straight across the Atlantic, across the southern tip of Ireland. It's it or it's it or. Oh, maybe not. Maybe she's going over the top. A little course adjustment maybe. Send her up over Wales, over Liverpool. Liverpool. Diane 78, could you send the sunny weather to Holland, please, Jerry? Well, Diane 78, if it's all right by you, can we just keep a bit of it here for now? Yeah, just you know, we need a bit of flipping. Oh, hello. Wait, quickly grab it. Ah, missed it. Got that little one there. Oh, funky shot. Richard Joy, good day to you. Richard Noyle, I have a red star. Richard, absolutely fantastic. Gotta be honest with you, Richard, I don't think but great to see you. Jan Stanland. Tim Bell, wings got to lift themselves before they lift the rest of the aircraft. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, once that whole, it's a joint exercise, isn't it, between I mean, it is just the wings really that's lifting the aircraft. Nothing else. Fuselage has nothing to do with it, obviously, other than aerodynamics. But yeah, the wing size of the wing is all relevant to the weight of the aircraft, the size of the aircraft. It's thank you, Tim. Sue Taylor, the 380 returns on the London Heathrow Boston route this summer. Okay. We've got to do a summer show in Boston, haven't we? It's been freezing cold every time I've been there, hasn't Mikal Pam, good day to you. Lee Cox, Mr. Ziffel, Miami Goldfinger. Siegfried did a family trip on BCal. Wow. Good old BCal. Oh, hello. Hello, that's very nice, isn't it? That's very nice. I like that. I like that. That deserves a good look. That does. Retrojet. He did. Alex Hilton, Simon Willoughby, Brian Stewart, all giving the bandit. Or the Toros. Traveller. Air Panda. Bev C, why are the wingtips bigger on some aircraft than others? Great question. Love that, Bev. That's the kind of question I like to talk about. Well, like I said just now, it's all relevant to the size of the aircraft and its design. But what is interesting and what might throw you off is like, well, hold on a minute. You look at that 339 over there, and that wingtip is like, but it's the length of the wingtip. Look at the 767 over there. That's 11 feet tall, that wingtip, folks. Now, the thing is that the wingtip starts literally, the winglet, right where that nav light is. You can see the green light there. That's where the wingtip starts, whereas on the 339, the length, you can see how long it starts at, you can see the joining point right by the nav light there. So it's all relative, really. This is the 787 with the raked wingtip, you can see there. It is a blended wingtip, but great question that though, Bev. Oh, and I have to say, folks, I've got to say this. My landing here at London Heathrow on the United 787, I'm going to tell you, it was the smoothest landing I've ever experienced on any aircraft of any type. I couldn't believe it. It was just fantastic. All you felt was this is nice, isn't it? All you felt was the rear wheels just sort of like, you know, touching the deck, and then the rest of it was just, you couldn't feel it. So hats off to whomever that pilot was flying our aircraft in to Heathrow on Monday morning. Absolutely fantastic. Best landing ever. Deborah Speller, BA380, Miami bound, going over her mum's. MUK, good morning to you. Jamie Miller, always imagine these Air Canada jets have Brett Hart, sunglasses on, whoever Brett Hart is. Zombie Tog, welcome back, Zombie Tog. There's a name I haven't read out for a long time. Zombie Tog. A very warm welcome back to you, my friend. Back for 4K. I like that. Let me see, got the SAS on the engine cowlings. Nice. Of course, probably 95% of the people on that plane don't give a damn the fact that it's a retro painted jet. It's an aeroplane to them, but to us, Aviation fans, we love it. Thank you, SAS. Better than your other one. Rather have that. Okay, Smurf, Papa Smurf in the right hand seat. All the other ones in the back causing mischief. Sit down! They've got one on the cow, mate. Brilliant. Message on my WhatsApp from James as it happens, GP. Let's just have a little look and see. Oh, hello. What's he doing going that way? That's a bit odd. He's come out of gate and made a left-hand turn. That's not right. Has he maybe gone the wrong way? Wayne Perry tuning in from Perth. G'day, Wayne. Enjoyed the last few shows, but good to watch some live action. AirTech BA is a returning member. Welcome back, AirTech BA. I wonder if that United jet's going to go out remote. Out. So we've got some jets that are sitting there. Intersecting there. Wonder if that United jet's going to intersect. It can't be that far down. He would have gone. He would have come out and gone straight on there, wouldn't he? Big, juicy. Brian Stewart. The different models of the 767 all have different wingtips. Indeed, you're right. The 200 variant generally. As far as I'm aware, does not have wingtip. The 300 variant, some have, some haven't. They are all retrofit bolt-on wingtips on the 767. The 767-400 has got raked wingtips, much like the 787. And I think that the 787 and the 777 actually took that technology from the 767-400. I might be wrong, correct me if I am. Answers on a postcard. Zombie Tog back after a while away. Good to see you, Zombie. Hope you're well. Stephen Billings, Mr. Ziffel. Steve Batty, was it Autoland? Very unlikely, Steve. Extremely unlikely. They generally always manually land. Wow, even that Lot 737 Max is going out intersect. And there is a United 787 touching down now. I mean, hey, I might be wrong, but you know, the conditions were fine for landing, so it's highly unlikely it would have been an auto land. Pilots always like to, I'd imagine, would always prefer to manually land the aircraft for their logs, really, to log the landing. What's going on here? Alexandra Wood, I watched you landing on flight radar 24. Yes, slept for, I think, somewhere in the region of between 7 and 8 hours on the flight. Just a little bit confused as to that 767. Mr. Ziffel, my first flight was SAS in 1963, the year I was born. Thank you, Mr. Ziffel. Windshear, how A339. How many 339s do Virgin have? 40. 40? 4, I think. Not 44, 4. Yeah, 4 339s, I think, with Virgin Atlantic. Quite odd to see a Virgin jet parked up there on remote. This is United's new hangar, ex-BA, where they used to service a lot of their 747s, where we, not more than sort of like 3 or 4 years ago, welcomed the BOAC Retrojet. Big load of hoo-ha going on with that, and then 2 years later they're no more. Oh, Bret Hart, legendary WWF wrestler. Okay, the 1990s wore wraparound sunglasses. Okay, I've got you. Well, I kind of, we call it the Trash Panda. Well, we don't call it the Trash Panda. Actually, it's the pilots, the air crew that have given it the nickname the Trash Panda. I also refer to it as the Amy Winehouse look with the, you know, with the eyeliner. But yeah, Bret Hart, why not? Simon Lai, yes, it is a shame all BA's retro 747s have gone. It's a shame that all BA 747s have gone. Very peculiar that these jets are all facing in that direction. What's going on? Why are they all pushed back facing? I don't understand it. And why is there a... Oh, okay. Someone mentioning that he's an hour late going out, that jet. That's why he's sitting there, just to burn up a little bit of time. Seems a bit odd why they wouldn't just... but then again, I'd imagine that there's a jet coming in to park up on gate, which is why they freed the gate up. AirTech BA is a returning member. Welcome back, AirTech. Aerosmurf. Steam Forward, good morning to you. Captain Bob, is that a new livery on that Finnair plane that's parked up? Captain Bob, no. It's been there for quite some while. I call it the Connect 4 livery, although it is an artist's. There's a famous artist or something, and it was developed and designed by them. But no, it's been around for quite some time. Chris Clark, does your aerial interest extend to hovercraft? Love the old cross-channel car carriers. Never seen so many dials in a cockpit, Chris Clark. Yeah. Well, I mean, they really were sort of like an aeroplane, weren't they? I had one trip across the channel on the on those big giant cross-channel hovercraft. They were something else, weren't they? Huge, great big turbine engines. I think they were. Yeah, I think they were normal. They were prop engines, weren't they? I don't think they were sea engines that were, or were they? Were they ship engines that were converted? I don't think they were, because they wouldn't be able to turn the prop fast enough. So I think they were turboprop. Perhaps somebody could answer me on that. Josephine tuning in from Sweden. Love the great views from the sunny and warm London. Good day to you, Josephine. Hope you're well. Back to lurking, she says. She's that United jet's moving now. Jeffrey Harvey, John Brinham, Steve Batty. No, definitely not switching to 09, Steve. That's for sure. All southwesterly winds. It's like a bit of a standoff at the moment. That jet's been sitting there for a while. He's been sitting there for a while. This is moving. A Finnair jet got a couple of... that's the United jet that's probably going into the gate that I went into on Monday. In fact, that might actually be the one in from Houston. I don't know. Zombie Tog, do we ever see A340s anymore? Very rarely, Zombie Tog. We've got to go to Frankfurt to catch those. Lufthansa, as far as I'm aware, Lufthansa being the only operator, the only airline operating the A340 300 and 600 variants. Oh, Edelweiss as well, yeah, of course, sorry. .300s, aren't they, on Edelweiss? Of course, remember we used to see Virgin Atlantic 346s, Iberia 346s. Oh my goodness me. Some very cheesed off customers on this United jet. I think he's going to turn and burn this jet, isn't he? So I'm told to remember the 747, the IC 747. Oh my God, where's he going now? Oh dear. Hold on, what's going on here? No, that's not working. Or is he just gonna do a lap of that cul-de-sac there, or not cul-de-sac, but what's he doing? What's going on here? Because that United jet is going to be wanting to jump into a gate, which is probably right there, I'd imagine. And this guy's holding up the gate. Oh God, what's going on here? That is in turn going to hold up this Finnair jet. And still, he's going to get out of the way. Oi! What's he doing? Steve Ford, good day to you, a returning member, Steve. Wonderful to see you. Welcome back. Here we go. Oh, Nick Carter, they were turboprops. Go on, sir. Good plane landing. I'll still hovercraft to go to the Isle of Wight. America. Oh, he ain't stopping for anyone, this one. My mate from the Golf Society says that his cousin and her friend, was it her friend? Yeah, no, her cousin and her husband just taken off on, just gone out on that Singapore 380. So that's 3 people. Yeah, cool. Well, they got some great footage to look back on, that's for sure. Just wasting your breath there, Jim. folks, if you're around on Friday, let's just jump to this Finnair 350 just because she's quite a rare jet at the moment. Haven't seen her in town for quite some time, so you know, some people might be like, oh, I don't like that, or some people might like, oh, that's different, and some people might be, oh, I don't know, I'm sort of sitting on the fence with it. But I call it the Connect 4, but it is apparently a famous artist. He's an artist from Finland, I believe. It wouldn't be from anywhere else, would it? Yeah, it looks like a cat's face. Etihad got what? Oh, have they taken delivery of it, have they? Oh. Yeah, but hold on a minute. Etihad have been taking delivery of their A350-1000s for quite some time. Pre-COVID, they were parking them up in their droves, weren't they? No, they took delivery of them and parked them all up in storage, didn't they? For whatever reason. This might be James. We've got to keep. I don't know what he's flying. I don't know. Is it James? It's B8, isn't it? Was that a flash? Oh, go on then, son. Fire it up! Good old Trent 700s. Wow. Sounds like an F-15 going off, doesn't it? All we need now is an unrestricted departure. Don't think the passengers would be very happy though. Well, I would. Whee! Less than 10 seconds, that thing lifts off the ground. Is that James? I'm sure if we film every single Virgin departure, one of those got to be in there. Ben Brown, Finnair are currently up to 2 daily with the 350. Wow, that's interesting. Thank you, Ben. Hope you're well, my friend. Hope everything's going well with your schooling and college and all that kind of stuff. Don't know where you're at, but I guess you're probably doing very well. Top of the class, I'd imagine. Got a bout of vertigo today. Not sure if watching planes is helping much. Sahaj Sam. Wow. The EGPX can't say those big dots add anything to that Finnair 350 zombie dog. How does it take an artist to come up with that design? So dull, I could do better. Yeah, I kind of agree. It's one of those sort of like, you know, pieces of art that you're like, what's that all about? What's the point in it? Really? Tweet. Avro, Arrow, Sarah, Faro, Josephine. Great audio, Andy G saying. Sarah Lecky, TCC, crosswind, yes. Wings for Marie. Finnair with an early rotation, yeah. Of course, weight is a big factor in those early rotations. Oh, Captain Bob, are BA still chartering from Finnair? As in, yes, they were, weren't they? For some time. Using Finnair jets, but only the 321, I think it was. Maybe they've stopped that now. I don't know. Stop it! Is he coming? What happened to that 767? Don't tell me that's it there. Is that it there? No, surely not. Does anyone know? Can anyone see what happened to that 767, that United jet? Because he hasn't gone out, has he? Oh my goodness. Okay, so that must have been a technical delay, and they've come out, and it's still problematic. It's still not. Oh, there it is. That's it there, isn't it? Isn't that it there? Is that it? Oh, Gary James staying at the Renaissance this weekend. Thanks for the big jet discount. Right. Oh, GB, can you copy that? A lot of people probably know that Emirates returning to Glasgow this coming weekend. First time back since 2019. The same pilot who flew the last flight out from Glasgow is flying the aircraft back in. So what I would like to do, folks, we were toying with the idea of going up there, but they do have a significant amount of press coverage going on up there in Glasgow. So we're going to let them get on with it. But I think the thing to do would be to get her to number 1, don't you think? On Flight Radar 24. Liberia 321 Neo. Now some people might prefer to fly on this new jet compared to the A330. Personally, these are 10 a penny. 330s not so much so. So I would probably, if given the option, I would fly the 330 out to Spear. Julia Kirkman, some days the roar is awesome. Yeah, it all depends on wind direction. At the moment, that wind is right at me. Oh, start up. That's that Thai Airways jet. Let's see if this is might get a flash. disengaging. I think they seem to recall, I don't know if I'm right, but I seem to recall somebody saying quite some time ago, the flaperon, the hydraulic pressure with the flaperon is actually released during the spool up process to minimise the stress on the components, the hinges and stuff like that on the 787 flaperon. So you'll see what I'm talking about right about now, because the power of the engine, the flaperon right behind it. You see the drain mast there for the fuel. There's the flaperon moving there. So now the hydraulic system's kicking in there. Crazy, isn't it? Left one up, right one down, just to counteract the winds. I think that's for when it actually lifts off the ground, to offset the wind pushing it, trying to push it to the right. So in order to minimise the amount of rudder usage, or actually to negate the amount of rudder usage. See it again if you want, same on every one. Sorry about that. So interestingly, this time staying in the neutral position. So whether that's something that's fed into the onboard systems, I don't know. But interesting to see different usages of the flaperons there. Of course, the flaperons working together with the ailerons to steer the aircraft left and right. Yaw. It's a company now. Yaw. Is that the? Yeah, looks like that's the jet. Oh dear. Got maintenance that have come out. I don't know what the issue is. Is that the jet? Maybe that isn't the jet. Maybe it is the other one. But the one that was taxiing didn't have the old livery. Didn't have the old livery, I seem to recall. Jan's Views binge watched the Antonov channel yesterday. Yeah! Is there such a thing? Nice cafe triple. Bigfoot. Interesting. That's very interesting. Christian Taco, 685 United. We can park there. One you showed before with the van next to it. Oh, okay. Okay, the steps have now been moved away. So is that the one? James the drummer loving the Virgin livery. I think I know where I'm going tomorrow, mate. blustery, man. Wow. Hello, big lad. Hello. Oh. Slingshot, here we go. Big set of GEs on her, look. Nicely emblazoned logo. Oh, mate. Stand by, stand by. This one will be going the same way, won't it? Fire it up. Of course, the next big battle of the manufacturers, Boeing and Airbus, of course, is the freighter market as well. The A350F 900 freighter has already got orders on the books. The Boeing 777 freighter, the X shortened version of the new 777X is also planned for production, but I don't think there's any rolling off the line just yet, and I don't think there's any freighters with the 350 rolled off the line just yet, but lots of orders for them. And that's going to be a battle of the skies for the freight market once again. But Boeing still having the 767 freighter in operation, which is, you know, that's a good thing for them. Where France? Hello! His big tail there. Bonnet de douche. It's actually something you get in a hotel, believe it or not. Bonnet de douche. It's a head thing, isn't it? It's, one of them. Oh, Gary James, very kind of you, Gary, gifting 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Welcome to all our new members. If you've been gifted a membership, please come in and say thank you. Rolls-Royce powered 777 200 with American. Gary, thank you very much indeed. Richard White, must be pilots in the cockpit. Take the doors away. This way. Go! Wow! Here comes the little Joey. Here she is right there. G'day. What's that, Skip? Your other plane stuck in the... What? That's the one, N685UACHGO. So that is it. That is our stranded jet. They've taken the steps away, so they're obviously waiting for a tow right now, or a push, which is not the easiest thing to... it's good to see Turkish's 350 on the line, isn't it? Is that something we don't see very often? Well, I mean, we have seen it. It's not rare, but it's normally they're 777, isn't it? Recently. Oh, is it? Okay, sorry about that. Michael Heller, good morning. Back on the feed and check. That is the United flight that was late. Thank you, Michael. You know what? Dean mentioning about the hotel in the middle of the You know what? I'll be honest with you, and I'm not just saying this. It isn't the Hilton. The Hilton in the middle of the airfield is not the best spotting location. The reason being is because the edge of where you're stood is the edge of the building is actually a good 30 or 40 feet away. Not all the way around, but you're sort of confined to the inside of the building as opposed to being able to go out on the top deck, as far as I'm aware anyway. Second batch of 777-200s. They're British Airways received. Sterling has also gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Thank you, Barbara. Lovely thing to do. Big old feedback of rudder there, look, keeping him down the centre line. Aircraft obviously wanting to go right. He's kicking that to keep the nose centralised down the centre of the runway. Then when she gets to a certain point, pressure's off the rudder. And everything switches to the yoke. 7, 8, 10 lined up. Look at the big long stretchy 787-10. Probably higher rated thrust rated settings on the 787, I'd imagine. She's looking heavy. She ain't heavy. She's my sister. Oh, it's not a very nice thing to say, is it? Little Joey going round the top. Oh, Jerry Donnelly, 777 landing gear, made in Portland, Oregon. Nice. Wow, just effortless rotate on the 350, innit? Easy, son, easy. And again, get that gear up. Sorry folks, just going to run to this Qantas jet. Is this the Perth or Casneen, Susie Lean? It's all ex-members being gifted membership there, which is yeah. Wow. Right, let's go. V1, rotate. Sorry to all Australians for butchering your language, my apologies. See the immense amount of hydraulic lines going into the 777's undercarriage there. Into the brake systems there. All the braking systems, hydraulic lines. Now, when we get the next 787 rolling up, you'd see the fact that there are no hydraulic lines. It is quite surprising, really. All electrical system, braking systems on the 787, so it makes it a lot tidier, a lot neater. Sorry about that. Oh, out of sync that one. I'm all out of sync. I'm so lost without you. Sorry. Anyway, meanwhile, oh, he's got a tug. There we go. He's got a push button. Rich on Olney. How long are these 777s going to be in service with British Airways? That one is 23 years old. Well, Rich, yeah, I mean, a lot of the 777, especially the 200s, very long in the tooth now, especially, you know, BA's fleet. I think United have got some pretty old aircraft, American also. Let's face it, BA were the launch customer for the 777 a long time ago, originally launching their 777 fleet with the General Electric engine, but having significant issues with those, and going to the Rolls-Royce power plant, which is why you see a mixture of the two. She's got her anti-collisions. Well, actually, you call them anti-collisions, but also mainly her beacons are on. For that 767, we're going to give her another try. Sarah Deal has very kindly gifted 10 Big Jet TV memberships. Thank you, Sarah. A wonderful thing to do. Airtime Irish Turkish 350 that was to Istanbul. How old is the B-52? Jerry Donnelly saying, yeah, blimey. not only is it old, 60s, isn't it? Something like that, 60s, 70s. Not only is it old, but it's also it's going to be in service for about another 30 years or something stupid like that, isn't it? DJ, welcome DJ. Squiggly, welcome Squiggly. Talk about old jets, these 767s, very along the same lines as those old 777s. Still going strong though, but obviously it's like an old car, isn't it? Just gonna need more, well, you know, it's a funny one really, isn't it? You know, the service intervals with these aircraft are always the same. It's not like as they get older they have to undergo maintenance on a more regular basis. The engines just as reliable as a modern, you know, high bypass ratio engine. Obviously less efficient in terms of its fuel burn, but potentially, you know, they need to be monitored. Obviously a lot, you know. Just, you know, Vietnam Airlines 787 coming out, that's nice. Janine Kelly saying that was a late departure for Qantas. Mr. Ziffel must be sad flying to Tokyo. Well, yeah, I mean, not all of it, obviously, but parts of it. A lot of people still very badly affected by that. Jerry Donnelly, Ned Seagoon, good afternoon. Just arrived. What's with the stranded jet that Jerry mentioned? Yeah, well, she is ready to be pushed by the looks of it. And obviously that was a technical issue that held that aircraft up and subsequently delayed it. But I think they're going to give it another try. Wing wave practice arrow. Richard White. J-Bank 72, stomach through the ears. Great sound, O'Malley, Rab, Barry Hansel. Lots of people loving the audio and the sounds. Yeah, great sounds, especially when the wind is in the direction that it's in, sort of straight at us, really, in terms of the right across the runway, southwesterlies. We're expecting winds to really pick up later on in the week, folks. So make sure you stay tuned to your apps. Keep the app open for any updates, because there's a good chance that I'll be jumping up here on Friday. Well, actually not here, but more likely over in the paddock for some overhead windy arrivals, and we all love that, don't we? Richard White, see you in Sydney soon. Hoping so, Richard. Pratt & Whitney's. Rotate. Here she goes. Give it another try. That's definitely a technical issue here. I'm pretty sure it's a technical issue. Chris Clark. Yes. Usually withdrawn because the cost of getting replacement parts becomes uneconomical. Well, yeah, but they do have a huge spares arsenal, I've got to say, these guys with engines. Of course, Pratt & Whitney and General Electric still offering full service for their engines, both here in the UK, and there are engine overhaul and repair specialists all dotted around the world, really. So there we go. Let's just check power. Let's just see what happens with this jet. Brian Stewart, Antonov over green. American 777 to Raleigh. Or is it Connecticut? Or is it neither of them? Yeah. Not Raleigh Chopper. North Carolina. Okay. Let's give it another go, ladies and gentlemen. Captain Bob, yeah, such a shame. Jerry Donnelly, Rolls-Royce engine is the best. Robbie Kenny tuning in from Carlisle in Cumbria. Charlie Redpath. Jerry, where's our next road trip to? James, yes. Okay. JB's found the app. Nice one, JB. Tune in and oh look, he's going to get a bit of a jet blast. This guy, isn't he? Easy, son. Easy. It's on. In a rush. Peter A, which aircraft is more your favourite, 7.5 or 7.6? Ooh, difficult one. I do love the 757. I couldn't really sort of like, you know, I couldn't really decide on that one, to be honest with you, if that's all right. Brian Tinker is a new member. Welcome, Brian. Now this is how this other one should go up. See that wing flex, man. Almost as flexy as the Schiphol runway intersection point. You'll know what I'm talking about if you've joined us in Schiphol before. Ready to go, rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Wow. Smoky old Pratts, man. Well, maybe CFs, I don't know, but whatever they are. Bleeding smoky, you know. Hey! Come on, girl, here we go, come on. Let's be having ya. B-52 currently airborne off the foot of Italy. Is 63 years old. Flipping heck. David Rind, welcome back, David. Whoa! WestJet just really slamming that one down. God, jumping that gets up. Welcome back, David. Good to see you. Okay, I guess they're going through all their checks now. Wow, that was a slam dunk. Brian Stewart finally off to Chicago, I think, this United 767. Come on, Sam. All the passengers crossing their fingers right now and everything else as well. Heidi Heffington caught between work and Big Jet TV, listening out, of course. William just went to third shift. I can now watch Jerry in real time, every time. G'day to you, William. Charlie Redpath, welcome to Heathrow WestJet passengers. Bosh, here we go. Come on, you can do it, you can do it. Still E-tops. They've got E-tops capability, of course, these long-haul jets. But who knows what the issue was? Maybe it was a hydraulic issue. Maybe it was an electronic issue, completely unrelated to the engines. It's turning the right way this time, at least. Kyle Marshall, best place to go for a variety of plane spotting. Damn right, Kyle. Doesn't get much better than this at Heathrow, gotta be honest. Tobias! Hardly seen any bleeding single oil jets go out, really. Come on, mate. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. That's it. Now turn left. John, is that John? Do you pronounce that John? Johnny? Johnny? Joni? I don't know. Apologies, John. Mark Luscombe, WestJet go around, not included in the price. Ham sandwich at Big Jet TV. What could be better? Samat of Yorkshire. Absolute star. Captain Bob. Captain Bob. It's an interesting place to stop there, mate. I've got to be honest with you, at that entry point. Are they still a little bit unsure? Oh, no, here we go. Come on then, mate. A little bit more. Keep pushing, keep pushing. You can do it. You can do it. Kev Parker, 42 grand for a 747 flight deck. Still got to speak to Capo Chris. Come on, son. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Okay, so we do have a good friend of ours, James, who's flying out with Virgin Atlantic. Come on, mate! All the way out. Daniel Adler tuning in from Finland. Good day to you, Daniel. Missed your special livery 350, Daniel. Struggling a little bit on that. Okay, everybody's watching, man. You can do this. You can do it. Holding on the brakes. Tail skid deployed, standard with the landing gear. I'm led to believe on 767. Charlie Redpath. United Jets looks over up. Clive Clark. Tobias. Come on, mate. We're all rooting for you. I just want to see. We're all counting on you. Slowly building up the pressure. Come on, mate. Guy Martin. Welcome, Guy Martin, as a new member. But is that the Guy Martin who we used to... Go on, son. That's it, that's it. There we go. Yeah. 80 knots. Keep building, keep building. $100. 120 knots. We should be able to go any moment now. Keep it going. There goes the elevators. Get that thing in the air, son. Here we go. And we're airborne. Whee! Gear up. Right, we don't want to see you back here, son. Don't come turning around and getting back here. Let's just get this thing across the Atlantic and off you go. Happy landings in Chicago, I think. No, Ronan Fahati. G'day to you, Ronan. A very warm welcome to Big Jet TV. Welcome all new members, gifted and non-gifted. You are all very warmly welcomed here by Big Jet TV. If you've got any questions, please don't hesitate to ask either myself or the folks here. The great friendly chat group we do get regular. And this is one of the second batch of 777s that were ordered after the debacle with the General Electric power plant that had huge issues when they first delivered the 777 to British Airways, the launch customer. Miracle, Ego, a very warm welcome to you. There she goes. So look at all the hydraulic lines there. Look at all the hydraulic lines. Wednesday's going out, GP. Martin, are you with London Heathrow Saturday week? Not at the moment, Guy. Why is that? Brian Tinker, welcome to you, my friend. We went past Schiphol on Monday. Planes taxi over the road, Aidan Campbell. They do indeed, on their way to the Polder Bar. Miracle Eagle tuning in from New York, New York. Good day to you, Miracle Eagle. Sam Tweedale and Ian Shakeshaft. Good day to you, Ian. Ian amongst their elite. Nice Swiss 220 making its way out. He's going full length, this Malta jet, isn't he? Good. Paul Skilling, 238s on the way out. One to Chicago, one to Dallas. Wow, thanks Paul. I've got that on visual. First 737. Effortless flight. Nice 737 with KLM. Like it. Now you're going to see what I'm talking about with the 787. Lack of hydraulic lines to the undercarriage system compared to the 777, 767, even the A350, etc., etc. Rolling the tear, loving the living. CFM 56. Back at a shot, you're going to see the 238s that Paul was just mentioning pushing back at the same time. JetBlue's 321. Who was it that I met in the terminal the other day? Was it Jeff? Actually, it's actually who was working on the JetBlue with Donata. Was it Jeff who came up and said hello? Yeah. Sci-Fly tealish livery. He's right, you know. It's a great livery with Vietnam. It's kind of like a semi-gloss, like, or what do you call it? You call it a bumpy ride up now. I guess a few people are keeping an eye on that 767 that went out just now. But see what I'm talking about. I'm going to be cutting to it in a little bit, but JetBlue all the way to the United States of America. Glenn Campbell, Air Baltic is great, love the 2-3 seating. Yeah, 2-3 seating on the A220. Is it not all A220s have a 2-3 seating configuration? I'm not sure. I seem to... Right, okay, here we go then. Beautiful Vietnam 787. Two things we're looking at here, folks, is firstly, this beautiful livery with Vietnam. Now I'm going to close in on this undercarriage where you can see the distinctive lack of hydraulic lines. Look how clean that is. Electrical systems being fed down there to the brakes. Definitely having to counteract that blustery crosswind. Oh, do we have a... brake failure? Well, not a brake failure, but... yeah! Go on a Delta! Ironically that we're talking about the electrical braking system on the 787. Once again, quite common. Almost see it once every day. Every time we film here at Heathrow, we see at least one 787 with a brake malfunction. What that is basically is that one of the wheels, the braking systems, has failed on the hub assembly, and therefore is unable to stop the wheel from rotating. Front wheels is completely separate, obviously, from the main gear assembly. No brakes on the front wheels. They've got brush systems or whatever it is up inside the housing of the front undercarriage, which stops the wheels from rotating once they go up. But always looks very odd, doesn't it? And that's, of course, on a windy day like this, causing a significant amount of drag on the aircraft's performance, holding it back, waiting for the wheel to end its rotation, which is usually around about 2 minutes it takes. And I can assure you, it's not a case of the pilots forgetting the shake shaft. Looks like it's getting back to normal. Yeah, Ian Shakeshaft saying looks like Heathrow's getting back to normal. Still think they're running at around about 85%. I don't know if it's, or maybe even a little bit more, but I don't think it's 100% just yet. I'd imagine that's going to come around summertime, where we're going to see the Hello.
Where are you going?
Texas. Where are you going?
Munich.
See you then.
Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, not bad.
Good, the sun's shining again.
Yeah, all right. Get on with it, son.
Bye then.
Another big lane coming out there. When those unused gates in T3, you can see, Jerry, are full, then it will be 100%. Well, to be honest with you, pre-COVID they weren't even using those gates, were they? I don't think. I think those gates down there have been closed for quite some time. There is talk of them, of course, being brought back to life this year. Or were they active? I can't remember. When was the last time those T3 gates were active? Jeffrey Phillips, that's it. I said Jeff, didn't I? From Donata, that was it. There we are, Jeffrey Phillips, thank you for mentioning earlier. It was great to meet you. Please try out JetBlue. I did say I would. I'd like to try it. Yeah, it was LAX. It was just last week. Those are the old island gates, generally despised as they are horrible. They haven't been used for a good while. Tony McCall saying, there we go. Yeah, they don't look very inviting, I have to say. As gates go. No flapper on any of the Airbus aircraft, apart from one, and who can tell me which Airbus aircraft has flapperons? Come along, you'll start for 10. I'm going to dip that left wing into those prevailing winds. Wow. It's quite a bumpy ride up there, man. Very blustery. Look at that. Look at him crabbing it already. hold on to this for a second, mate. A310, you got it, Carl. First person I looked down to. Yes, Carl got it right. The only aircraft, the original Airbus jet, the A300 and A310, sporting flaperons, but later design improvements on the aircraft. Don't know why they came away from the flaperon idea. I guess they decided that they could use the outboard ailerons and also incremental movements of the speed brakes or the over-wing spoilers to sort of like stabilize the aircraft, but mainly using the outboard ailerons. Oh, Scooby, hope my fellow Houstonians treated you right, and thanks for stopping by, Scooby. It was an absolute pleasure, and yes, thank you very much indeed. Houstonians are a very friendly bunch. Something like that. Yeah, that. I'm sure it is a great word when you say it. Ken Harrison, great show from Houston. Love the Antonov flight deck view. Fascinating watching the airside operations. We need more shows like that. Well, we do, and I can tell you now. The great thing is that Mr. Antonov himself, Dmitry, was watching the show live, was really pleased with how the whole operation went, both day one and day two. And interestingly enough, one show idea that I had been putting to Antonov / Leipzig for quite some time was doing a show from their maintenance division out there in Leipzig, and it looks like that one might be happening. We've just got to sort of like join everything up and make it happen with the media team at Leipzig. Yeah, Uncle Pat. I just got a message from Mikey McBrien. Now, does anyone know Mikey McBrien, folks? Who he is? I'll give you a clue. Hold on to your hats, boys. Buffalo Airways messaged him last night saying we should come and do a show with you because they've Buffalo Airways have, not, I wouldn't say recently, but have taken delivery, are now operating a 737 freighter. Of course, they're renowned for operating old turboprop aircraft and even old, well, some right old airlifters, starlifters, and all kinds of crazy things. But looks like, from what he's saying, that we just have Starlink up here, not the best, as it isn't many popular orbit satellites at the moment, so it cuts out briefly every 10 minutes or so, so not the best for streaming, so we'll have to think about that in the future. Ice pilots, absolutely. Randy Bushbound, someone finally explained to me why I need a seatbelt extender on a 737-800 and MAX and not on the A320, 320 20 minutes. The fuel solage placement. Okay. I need a seat belt extender. Okay. B08 door enhancer. Rick Freeman, yeah, it would be an awesome show, but don't think it's going to be happening, folks. Not just yet, anyway, until because it is right there in the wilderness, isn't it? Literally, where Buffalo Airways are situated, right up there in the it's in the northern hemisphere, and everything somewhere sort of like out there. Well, we would do, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen, unfortunately. Creeping forward, you see the just needs the slightest little push on the throttles to get that thing moving. Such a immense amount of power. Crazy to think that overall the power on the AN124 is just 200,000 pounds across all four engines. Somewhere closer to the 250, 300,000 pound range for this 380, depending on the thrust settings, of course, the engine settings. There we go, look at that, two 380s in the same shot, folks. Bosh. No, we don't use Starlink, folks. We've obviously investigated it, but totally inferior to what we use with the big old heavy lump. Could be some rain coming this way, maybe. Or I might dodge it. I don't know. Wow, look at it drift, man. Look at it drift. Crazy. Get out of the way! Who's that? Shut up! Yesterday, Johannesburg, I had 3 A380 arrivals, as apparently BA57 didn't make it off the ground on Sunday night. Martin, size comparison. It is nuts, isn't it, man? I mean, folks, let's get things in perspective here. If you were standing down there next to that 737, it's big. It is a big aeroplane. We might call them tiddlers just for a joke, but honestly, that's a big aeroplane, and it's the Max as well. But then look what's behind it. Randy Bushbaum, are all 380s in service for BA? I think they are now, aren't they? All 380s are back in service. Tweedy, sorry. It is a crazy size comparison, isn't it? Digital Day, Barbara Stern. Wings for Marie. Tobias, Catherine Williams. The 1BA380 is in maintenance. Yeah, there is one over there on the left-hand side, to our left. I'll show you that in a little while. Brian Stewart, move it, son! Samson and Goliath. JB, light drizzle at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but only a 37% chance at London Heathrow. Nathan Pudding, Bev C, Josephine. Martin, Joseph, Randy Bushbaum, Simon Lai. From Cessna 172. Yeah, Rick, you're not far off, are you, really? I mean, it's not quite, but the outer diameter of the A380 engine, cowling, the full outer diameter, is not far off the fuselage diameter of, say, an Embraer. You know, the E2 jet, for example, or an A220. I think the 737 is a little bit wider, but it's just Adrian. Yeah, it is a great shame about ATC. Listen, we could quite easily run the ATC on here, and to be honest with you, Nats have got enough on their plate to be worrying about people playing out ATC, but we do not play it out in the UK as it is not legal. It is just not legal, and we people listen to it, Planespotters and all that kind of stuff, because they're not broadcasting it. We would be broadcasting it live. So we've obviously brought the question up with Nats in the past. We've got a great relationship with them. That's why we respect them the way we do. Now listen, look at these wing lights on the 737. I took a picture of it the other day and sent it to Jilly, because when I was at Gate, look at this, look at the wing lights. They're all individual. It's not one single light, it's a bunch of individual LEDs, which is quite interesting in the Max. I don't know if that's a new fitting or if that's something that has been fitted on the Max since the beginning, but they're very, very bright, aren't they? So to it. Yeah, somebody mentioning there about the LEAP engine, leading edge aviation propulsion. The LEAP engine, the replacement engine, or the upgraded CFM56 engine. It's a General Electric power plant to replace the very successful CFM56 engine. It's hangover from World War II when listening to air telecoms was banned. Something that should be readdressed, and perhaps, because really, I mean, you know, surely that flight radar and, you know, and ATC sort of like are combined in a funny sort of way, you know. I mean, surely it's more concerning for anyone that yeah, struggling on 27 left. It's concerning for airlines or operators that their aircraft can be seen and tracked wherever it is in the world, whereas with radio communications with air traffic control, all you're hearing is the aircraft either on approach or wherever it might be in the skies, because you can only really pick up an aircraft when it's close by, when you're the proximity, you're close by the airport. Of course, you know, there are very sophisticated systems that some people use at home, where they can listen to aircraft in the cruise and all that kind of thing. Not that there would be any communication, not that much chatter going on when they're in the cruise. It's more a case of when they're around the airfield about to land or take off. I'm sure that if we were to sort of bring up the subject as a debate with the air traffic control bodies, because there are a few of them, don't forget. It's not just NATS who control the airspace here in the UK. There are other entities. Yeah, right old blustery climb out now. Trying to maximise the, forgive the pun. Yeah, we can see them striking a little bit on the descent. Wait till Friday, folks. Cruise roll alarm, yeah, you're right. The CFM56 and the LEAP engine are more or less the same core. Obviously, more advanced materials and components and so on and so forth inside the new LEAP engine core. However, the big change is the size of the fan blade, which is why it has a bigger core, a bigger outer core, which means there's more bypass. Means there's more of a gap between the core of the engine and the outer casing of the engine, allowing more air to bypass, therefore increasing the bypass ratio to around about, I think, 75% of the ingested air actually travels past the core of the engine. Only around about 20-25% of the air is used for the inner core section. Tony, I don't know about internet celebs. It's nothing to do with it. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just their voices. It's not like they're saying, "Oh, hello, this is James Smith here, and you're clear to land runway 27 right." They don't give their names out, so you know, it's nothing. I don't think it's anything to do with not wanting to be heard. I think, to be honest with you, anything they'd love to be heard. But we would love to be able to transmit live ATC, because we really respect it, and I have actually tried to say to Nats, well, let's have a trade-off. If we've got a special movement, can we just play the ATC for that one special movement? Is that potentially something that we could do? Got a couple of emergency vehicles which are making their way out with the blues. Doesn't seem like they're in any major hurry at all at the moment. Well, he did have the blues, now he's on oranges, so I think any crisis has been evaded. Go on, son! Big droopy wings on alert. Somebody just mentioning that the Trent 9, which is powering this aircraft, has a 116-inch outer diameter, Concorde 113-inch diameter. So there you go. could fit the fuselage of Concorde inside a Trent 900. And most definitely the GE90 as well. .787 holding fire for the time being. Obviously caution wake turbulence. Super heavy. 380 somewhere in the region of 10 miles that wake turbulence can be effective. So holding station for this American 787. Mike Hall, big new member, what time do you usually stay around till during a day like this? Mike, it all depends really what our start time is. Of course at 3 o'clock this afternoon, conditions, the runway operations will switch to arrivals on the northern runway. This is 27 right. And we will normally stick around for at least an hour of arrivals, just to make sure that you know, we can catch a little bit of excitement. This particular position is usually best for departures. However, when there are winds involved in everything, we do from time to time stick around for arrivals. Tom Bailey. Not a stupid question, Tom. A very valid one, in fact. Qantas still not at this point using Terminal 5. They're using Terminal 2, I think, for their... let's just cut to this 330. He's a beautiful. That's a CF6 engine, is it? Maybe Pratt & Whitney's, I don't know. Until it's side on, you can't tell. This guy. Yeah. Pratt & Whitney. See the stubby back end on it. CF6 has an elongated exhaust shroud, as well as the cone as well. The exhaust cone, which is a directional cone more than anything else, for directional purposes. Oh, Martin, that's very kind. I like listening to ATC, but I prefer Jerry's commentary. It can get a little bit messy, ATC and me commentating. Find that there are people who do run ATC because they're maybe not as well, you know, giving some Mickey Mouse explanation as to why they use it. It's going to Houston, wasn't it? Pratt & Whitney, Houston. I'm here all week. Oh, that's not James, is it? 1:45 is going out, isn't it? flummoxing great set of Dr. Martens on that thing, isn't it, really? 18 holers. Wow, I can see the rain coming, man. I can see it coming towards me. Hey, easy, son, easy. Been attacked by a chair. Helen Clapp, what would happen if that plane went into the wake? Good question, Helen. Well, it kind of is going in the wake, but it's dispersed. The wake, the longer they leave it, the more dispersed it becomes, or less effective, should I say, or less turbulent, because the wind, the natural wind, is dispersing it. So, but if he was to go straight into it, yes, it can cause a significant amount of turbulence, and that's why they leave such a big gap, because the American jet that unfortunately crashed in Chicago, wasn't it? Airbus A300 or A310, one of the two. John Brennan likes the Delta 330. So this is the tiniest little General Electric logo ever. I'm sure the bloke that ordered, or the person that ordered those stickers was like, you know, ordered the wrong size, the wrong diameter. You would want it a little bit bigger than that, wouldn't you? Gary Pitt, sorry for repeating this earlier question. Air France have retired their 380s, still showing on the fleet in 2022 reg books. Okay, well, we're in 2023 now, so I think, I'm not sure. As far as I'm aware, all of Air France's 380s have been retired, which is just, well, one of them was scrapped, wasn't it, I think? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Maybe they haven't been actually retired, maybe they've been, maybe they're still in storage, I don't know, but... Angry furniture, Brian Stewart. Go on, son! Hey, 339. Jack loves Minecraft. Windshear Heathrow has 2 runways, 27 and 09. Well, yeah, 27s or 09s, depending on wind direction. Both are usually in use. One for departures, one for arrivals. Well, 27 left, 27 right to be, without wanting to sound anal about it, Jack, but runways in these operations on westerlies, 27 left and 27 right. We are on 27 right operations for departures, and 27 left is for arrivals. 09 operations will be when they are on easterlies. The 09 left and the 09 right. Always arrivals on the left, departures on the right. Always the same. It never ever changes. There's only ever been one time when we've seen departures out of 09 left, was when during COVID they had single runway operations, and we were able to catch some of those operations. But thank you, Jack, for your input. Nick Gray. Yes, it is more like a crosswind. It is actually a crosswind. It's not direct crosswind. It's a southwesterly, so which kind of will cause issues for aircraft arriving on this runway after 3 p.m. Because of that. We call it shed effect. Those big sheds there with the wind, as you can imagine, with the winds coming howling up over the top. See the windsong there. Yeah, we definitely got some rain at the right. He's what? Okay. .49, yeah? Ooh. So he got caught by that crosswind. Dipped his right wing a little bit on the lift. On the rotate, sort of didn't counteract for it. 330, gonna go straight out. Trent Sevens. I don't know, I might miss this weather. I might be lucky. Would be good, to be honest with you. Wow, he's climbing up, out and away from that preset, hopefully, I think. Still going to hit that cloud. Should turn left at some point in the very near future. Oh, he's going right, he's going right. Of course he is. Nice. Nice. See the brake dust. Awesome. More Trents. This is the Trent. Have a look at one of Virgin's A339s. Same engine primarily as the Trent 700, with the core of the engine being more or less the same, yet more bypass because of the big fan blades. Still titanium fan blades on the Rolls-Royce power plant. New set of rims on the front. Of course, that's when they switch them out, so the whole wheel assembly, tyre and rim. It's going to boot this one quick. No panic. What's that, GP? Yeah, it's probably because of the wind, I'd imagine. A mix of that and the engine noise and all that. I love that shot when you see the brake dust as the auto brake systems kick in, stopping the wheels from rotating, and then up they go into the undercarriage bay. Nice. See how they're tackling the arrivals. Not looking too bad, but it is blustery. Vicky Denny being buffeted around, yeah, definitely on the climb out, no doubt about it. And obviously on the approach as well. Cats love being on the plane when taking off, but always happy when you land. We do. All right. Bloody hell, man. Stuttery. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to completely switch to another mic set and drop that. All right. Stand by. Yeah, well, obviously it has, because otherwise somebody would have said something. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do first of all. Yeah. Let's just try this. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Read all about it. Mike rant. Hey, great. Is it better? JR, I found it I'm departing 27 right. Maybe, well, let me just do one thing. Folks, if you'll forgive me, I'm going to try one thing, because that mic has actually got that mic. Oh yeah, it's this one. Oh, sorry about that. That particular mic, I don't know. Morning, Paul here! Morning, Major! Spoon salesman, eh?
Sorry, folks.
Yeah, no, I just said sorry.
If in doubt, give it a cloud. Now you see what I mean about the Amy Winehouse look. Because I mean, I know that the look, the eyeliner flick has been around for many years. Originally in the 1950s, I think, but Amy Winehouse brought it to the sort of started it again, or was it 1960s? It was, I don't know, but synonymous with Amy Winehouse. Bless her, silly girl. But anyway, yeah, that or the trash panda, as the Air Canada air crew call it. Getting darker and darker here at London Heathrow. Okay, 1:36, so we should see James. He's obviously at stand. At some point in time, going to come live onto Flight Radar 24, folks. Looking out for James. What's his VS number, GP? Do we know? VS 129, folks. That's what we're looking out for. Really see the wings flexing. I wonder what the issue was with General Electric and their initial batch of aircraft. Was it the kind of same sort of thing with as happened with the Trent 1000 with the core? I think it was possibly the it was definitely a blade issue with the Trent 1000. Combustor blades, I think it was. It's not combustor blades, sorry, the combustion. The combustor blades, yeah, I think it was. Or compressor blades, sorry. No blades in the combustor. Of course, the combustor is the combustion chamber, which is your bang element of the engine, where all the banging happens. Stop all that banging in there, will ya? It's a bleeding outrage. Diane 78 VS 129 on radar. Thank you, Diane. You can hear the hum of those Trents. John P, Air Canada. Mask of Zorro. Very nice. There we go. Simon Bennett also confirming VS 129 just gone live. Dr. Strangelove tuning in from Oklahoma. Good day to you, Dr. Strangelove. Sounds like a very cool, quirky character. Let's all go round to Dr. Strangelove's for tea and see what happens. Oh, it's 339, is it? Out to Tampa. No batteries on cameras don't last long, that's why you need a power source connected to them. Well, Tobias, to be honest with you, it's probably just one of those aircraft that hasn't been through the cycle of washing recently. That's probably all it is, and that is the S. Did you say it's 29 GP? There's James pushing back right now. Oh, he's going the wrong way. Going the wrong way, mate. You need to go backwards, backwards, back. Interesting. He's going to come round. He's going to go round the back of the bike sheds. I think he's going to go round the back of the cul-de-sac. Or very nice. Talk about a dirty air cannon jet. Look at this 330 coming out. It's a filthy, dirty jet. There it is. Oh, there's. There. Look at that rudder, man. Son, kick of rudder, man. Keep that aircraft straight down the centre line. Sneaking suspicion he's either been pushed and then pulled, because that sometimes they do that. They push and pull. They push them back, then pull them back forward. It hasn't gone back to gate, is it? Hasn't gone back to gate, has it? Come on, J-Mo! American 200. Great. Yeah, I think it's going to go round the back of the bike sheds, isn't it? That's a very bumpy ride up, man. Looking very moody against that cloud. Desperate to turn left. honest with you. Sorry, folks. Are we good? Are we back? Jilly, can you check? Sound back. Okay, Rachel off to us. Thank you. Sorry, folks. Couple of mic rogue issues today. Yeah, that 339 has pushed back to gateway. He went out and then came back again, as far as I can see. Oh, is it? Shut up, Harold! Can you hear me, mother? Bloody hell! I think the thing to do is just... Oh, Neil Quinn! My son's just told me he flew into Heathrow earlier. He's been to in Manila since Christmas. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, here we go. You Plato tackle, you Plato taxi out by James, thank you. There, which I've never really noticed before. You get a little bit of a bump and you see the wings flex as he rolls over that bump. Just looks, just the positioning. No, I can tell you now that he pushed back and then he got pulled back. Way easy! Yeah, that's not usual. That's not standard procedure. That isn't. He would have definitely moved by now. That aircraft is definitely. I reckon it won't. Highly unlikely it's a technical related. Hey up, big lad! He's a happy 767. He's got a big smile on his face, look. Jeanette Haynes, some great sounds today when we get them. I love that sound. That sound is old school. Multiple bladed. AirTech BA has upgraded their membership to first class. Thank you, AirTech BA. A little bit. Sweet smell of Jet A1 right there. Right in your face. He ain't going anywhere, mate, that 339. I'm telling this just now. He's probably gutted his old J-Mo. I was going to be on TV! Yeah. Got an hour to fix it, or boot the passenger off, or do something, I don't know. amount of times, honestly, I see people before we reach the gate get up and start fiddling and farting around, and I'm like, oh, really? Just because we've stopped at a taxiway doesn't mean that we're at the gate. Flying on an A220 for the first time on Sunday. Chose a window seat near the engine. Nice. Vicky Dennings noticed the bump today too. I mean, it's just something that I'd never noticed before. Most definitely there seems to be some kind of a seems to be a bit of something down there which may be a resultant factor. I can't see anything on the runway that's significantly, like a hump or anything else like that. But I don't know where it. Got to look and see, monitor where it is happening. I thought it was a little bit further down there, at like the I don't know how many feet that is, 500-foot mark. God, I love the sound of that aeroplane. Hans Olaf Mork tuning in from Norway. Good day to you, Hans. Etihad 787 on radar. Diane 78. Chris Phillips, what do you make of the new Emirates livery? Yeah, 35% larger. The Emirates wording itself. The livery has sort of like got a bit of funk to it. I think their intention is to make it look like more like a flag, if you see what I mean. A bit like BA's, the way BA have designed their livery, their tail livery, been out for quite some time, obviously. That Virgin Jet is not going anywhere, mate, I'm telling you now. John Grinham, great show, thank you very much indeed. Let's follow this 321. Your pal Palpatine, my dad would tell of a business trip where his partner ran to the front of the plane as soon as it was on the gate, but it was a 727, they had to use the rear stairs. He was the last to get off. Brilliant. Fantastic. Oh, listen. There's your Etihad Dreamliner rolling out. Is that a 10? Ryan Stewart, how often do they do major repairs or resurfacing on runways? Well, yeah, resurfacing is something that's a long time between, because there's obviously the material that they use is very hard wearing. But in terms of repairs, it is as and when it's needed. really, more than is the best way I can describe that. Rachel Lofthouse on back to work. Thank you, Rachel. Martin Smith planning on going Planespotting to Heathrow on Friday to catch the first arrival in the morning. Do you know which runway will be used for landings? It'll be the left-hand runway for landings on Friday. Go on, son! Now let's see if the wings bounce at that intersection point. At that. There. No, there just seems to be an, what would you call it, an abnormality or a dip in the runway, perhaps. Certainly nothing that's, you know, it's not like a pothole or something. It's not like half the roads round here. Need new suspension? Don't drive round Staines. Oh, Smokey Joe, look at her go. Yeah. Big old crab going on, man. It's supposed to be flying straight, look at that. Poor old J-Mo. Highly unlikely they got, you know, a technical issue on a brand new aeroplane, man. And then again, it happens, doesn't it? The big plane. Screaming in being up to 20 to 30 degrees off our ground track in the air with solid winds. You feel like you're flying sideways because you are, imagine paddling a canoe across a rushing river. Yeah, exactly. To get to the other side, you need to literally paddle it probably at 40 degrees, I would have thought. Charlie Ripper! Video fire! Oh, she is taxiing now. Okay, we've got her, folks. He's flying sideways, but he's tracking straight. Yeah, absolutely. Martin Smith, no, 27 left is the arrivals runway, 27 right is the runway that we're on now. Sorry, no, 27 right is the runway that we're seeing the aircraft take off. 27 left are arrivals. Size of that wing valance there, man. It's enormous. You just don't really appreciate how big it is. He can go whatever he likes. Okay, I've got chance. He's done a full 180. 180! Wow. Very derated spool. especially with that big undercarriage. He wants to get that up as soon as possible, because that causes a hell of a lot of drag, and especially with the wind, with a crosswind element in there, it's going to push that aircraft off to the side. Gears up, big whistle of wind as the gear doors close, and everything becomes more aerodynamically efficient. Still crabbing it. Simon Lai, yeah, I think yes, the runway switch at 3 o'clock is a noise abatement thing, more so for the approaching stuff than the departing stuff, because both departures on 27s here go out over fields and motorways and stuff like that. Not much of a build-up, but on 09s it's a different thing altogether. That's why they have the Cranford Agreement here at London Heathrow for 09 departures, always out of the right-hand runway as opposed to the left-hand runway being used for arrivals, because of the build-up of housing, more so on the northern side than the southern side. Sighting of Etihad today, and here comes JMO. Now look out for the flash, folks. I don't know where he's going to give us a wave, whether he's going to flash the lights or not, I don't know, or whether he's obviously busy on the flight deck. Got to appreciate that. If nothing happens, then it doesn't happen. But this is one of our Virgin pilot friends flying the new A339, which is almost identical in terms of the 330 CEO. In terms of its flying characteristics, even the engine settings and so on and so forth are a much of a muchness. So in other words, type rating from the CEO to the NEO is a relatively straightforward thing, and can be done very, very quickly on the simulator. No difference in length, width, or anything like that. Maybe a slightly longer wing on it, I don't know. Where I am. I hope he knows where I am. Let's see. Hopefully he'll go all the way around the top and face us head on. Looks like he is going to go right round the top. Left turn, Clyde. There she goes. He's going to come straight on at this. Or is he going to carry on? Thankfully he is going to carry straight on across. Back to these folks, because this is in here. wasn't a wave. That was possibly the pressurization switch double check or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe the lights, maybe the wing lights. It was the wing lights actually. Company procedures and all that. LFC Ian, looked like a small hatch was open in the belly of the 339. Anybody else spot it? Probably one of the the ice packs intake. Air intake, possibly. TCC, it is actually known as Toga Power, isn't it? I think it's basically take off, go around are the two same settings. So I think that Toga Power is the setting for the takeoff. I don't know, I might be completely wrong there, but I seem to recall one of the pilots mentioning it, that it is much the same. Obviously there is a derated setting that we've been talking about, which some of these aircraft have been using. They've got very strong headwind, which is what an aircraft likes, because obviously you need less beautiful new A350. I wouldn't say new. BA do have a new 350 that's on the line at Toulouse. We're actually monitoring that at the moment, folks. She is, at the moment, I think she's still without her engines, otherwise known as a glider. But we're planning a Toulouse trip in the not too distant future, so look out for that one. A lot of members, a lot of new viewers are not aware of the number of places that we visit. It's quite extensive in terms of our overseas visits. Certainly the most highly travelled live stream aviation channel out there, giving our paying members exactly what they ask for. So yes, we will be doing that in the near future because we love our Airbus factory visits. Ryan Michalowski saying it's often called a flex takeoff for Airbus, at least. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Derating the engine for lengthy runways to avoid the wear of takeoff go around. Yes, to minimise the wear on the engines. So yes, definitely. Flex. Yes. Flex is possibly an input. Is flex one of the input on the flight management computer so the engines can. Dr. Strangelove looked like there was damage on the rudder. I think it was just grubby, Dr. Strangelove. I think it'll be all right. I think it was just grubby. Mick, amazing how little deflection is needed to alter the. Wow, smoking! Yeah, it's like I've always said, the best way to gauge that deflection that we're talking about there for up and down and left and right. Oh, you idiot, are you serious? Goodness me. Whoa, easy, Sam. Stick your hand out the car window, obviously, when you're in a safe environment, and move it up and down, you know, like crank your wrist so your hand is like a rudder, and you'll be amazed how efficient just that alone is. This American 777 looked like she's had a clean recently. No grubbiness on her. She's a nice clean jet. Flex temperature, isn't it? I think it's a flex temperature. Yeah, big old climb. gonna be big. Spotless. Boom one. Tim Rotunda. That's what I was thinking. Who decides if they want a longer takeoff mode for some reason? Yes. The reason why the Dreamliner has such a long takeoff roll is mainly down to preserving the engines, minimising the wear and therefore lengthening the time between service intervals, etc. Tony McCall, XWBN Bravo November, has also been spotted in Primer. Yes, she has. No engines on her at the moment, so we will wait. Screaming Amy, thank you. Flex is a temperature. Interestingly enough, I once heard that apparently the blades on I think it's the Pratt & Whitney PW engine, which is these ones that we're looking at here, that the blades actually flex, and this is completely separate to flex temperature, but the actual blades themselves flex as the engine increases in power, as it goes through the power range. I think the blades actually physically flex. Somebody must hopefully confirm that with me, but I was led to believe that quite some time ago, quite a few years ago, when the Pratt & Whitney engines were first introduced, that apparently the blades themselves flex. JVD, yes, it is windy, and it's now become even more of a crosswind now though. Angry 777. Go on in. Scream Emu, those blades wobble all over compared to all metal blades. Wow. Chris B8, no, that's a purpose-built, all steel fire practice platform. It's not a real aeroplane because obviously it would melt if they caught it light like they do. No, she is a flight test. A fire test platform. Crazy inside, very eerie. Flight home from Orlando. Is the nose wheel on an aircraft locked in forward position on takeoff, or is it just pointing forward? John Pierce, the front wheel is attached to the tiller, steering mechanism, but also attached to the foot pedals. Down to the pilot discretion themselves whether they prefer to steer using the pedals or the rudder. Sorry, the pedals or the tiller. I think when they use the tiller, some aircraft designs are actually linked to the foot pedals. Now, around about 80 knots, 80 knots, the steering mechanism on the nose wheel will switch to the rudder, so there will be no option to steer the aircraft. So when the aircraft starts its takeoff roll, as you'll see in a second, the pilot can continue to steer the aircraft using the tiller or the rudder, whichever they want, up to around about 80 knots, where the tiller mechanism will lock, and the front wheel steer will be locked in a straight nose wheel position, and everything will be using the rudder for steering the aircraft. Dalto Fazion is a returning member. Welcome back, Dalto. So, 30 knots. Around about the 80 knot mark, tiller system will lock out, and now they will the nose gear will be locked in the straight forward position. Everything will be using the rudder, and look at that for a very short takeoff roll. Wow, easy, son. Even the birds are struggling, mate. Nice and Skyjet, like that. Mike James, A300, 600, turning finals, number 6 following a LATAM 777, and followed by EK29. A300, 600, quite a rare beast, that, isn't it? Normally it's the A310s that, or is it? No, sorry, my apologies, it is the 300, sorry, as you were. Great, but they felt that yaw in the back. Yeah. It's great sitting in the back on a windy day like this, because you really do see the whole fuselage literally twisting. It's a great thing to witness. Can I get witness? All screaming emu. Our nose wheel is good for 6 to 8 degrees of authority with the rudder pedals, I believe. Okay, is that on the ground? Obviously. Chester draws. Great to see Heathrow back busy again. It is windy conditions here at London Heathrow. Got a southwesterly, definitely a crosswind element built into this whole thing. A bit of an impatient American 777 pilot there. What are you waiting for, mate? Dalto Fazion. That's a 777 on finals, yeah? 2 Sandy. In your own time. It's dark at 5:30 or 6 o'clock or whenever it is. due in just before 3 o'clock. It may be late. Let's hope she is. They bring her in at the right. Okay, Ken Harrison saying Sky Express moving to Gatwick from April 1st. Apparently the slots were only temporary at London Heathrow and a lot more expensive, I would imagine. Like Air Mauritius also going to Gatwick. So we're going to be losing them from here. And yeah, Gatwick poaching a lot of business from Heathrow. Come on, guys. Head. Oh, left wheel down there, man. 30 minutes left of operations on this runway, folks, for departures. Whilst you've got a spare index finger, hit that like button, folks, if you can be bothered, that is. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification button, bell as well. Don't want to miss out on that. Don't want you missing any notifications. Of course, we cannot 100% rely on YouTube notifications, and from time to time the app as well, but it's always more beneficial if you download the app as well as subscribing to the channel, in which case you will get those notifications, or got more of a chance of it anyway if you've got both the apps. Mandate for I hit the like cause I like it lots. There you go. Kind of says it all, really, doesn't it? The future. That's a crazy building on the strip in Dubai, folks. Looks like it is wow! Easy, son. It's a beautiful piece of architecture, I've got to say. He's an artist. Chuck Tannerhill tuning from work. In advance, folks, thank you for the likes. We really appreciate it. Mark White came back from a short break to find out that I'd been gifted a membership. There we go, Mark White. Thank you very much indeed for saying hello and a very warm welcome to you. Please sit down, help yourself, enjoy, and let's get the questions rolling if you want. We've got pilots on the stream, we've got technicians on the stream. Anybody who wants to ask any aviation related questions, please go ahead and make yourself known. Jill Perry, day off with Big Jet TV, what a bonus. There we go. A departure at that time of the day is always a little bit tricky, and I'll tell you why. Because at 250 they're on 27 operations. It's fine if they're on 09s because it's guaranteed to be a right-hand runway, a lower runway. Southern runway 09 right departure. 27s, chances are that aircraft will go out on the other runway, just because it's estimated departure time being 10 minutes before the switch over. Chances are it will be after 3 o'clock. But we'll have to see, Mark. We'll let you know. Mandate 4 I was gifted, so thank you whoever it was. I'm doing some servicing on my SM32 model railway. So TV, there we go. Day 2 mandate 4 UK. I love model trains, especially the ones that are like massive. Got like, you know, well, I mean, all you have to do is go to Miniature Wonderland in Germany, and you will be absolutely blown away. You talk about railway, model railways and stuff like that. GP, can you go lunch? Back these. Yeah, cool, go to lunch. Oh, okay then. See you in about an hour then. No! Could be some tasty landings. Oh, start up. That's him starting up there. have a gear down. We have another brake issue here, folks. There's another Dreamliner with another brake problem. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Oh, 32 mil, 320. Is it? Is that what it is? Crispy, the airport in Miniature Wonderland is amazing. It is amazing, isn't it? I must send my picture of the van to Miniature Wonderland so they can scale down the van and put one on their runway. They did say they would. I just haven't had a chance to send them the pictures. Mind you, that one that fella built, what was his name? Why don't I just take that then and use that? 'Cause that's good enough, isn't it? Is it the right scale? It has to be quite small, doesn't it? I think he built one. I don't know how big it was. It looked like it was, you know, a bigger scale than normal. Eve Hosgood, have you ever noticed the gear issue with any Dreamliners you've travelled on? No. You can hear this thing power up any moment now as he's given permission to line up. Well, he's lining up and waiting at whatever that entry point is, and then the tower will give him permission to clear takeoff, really. 27 right, and you'll hear the engines power up. There's a little bit of a ramp there that he's at. Distinctive sound of the either Pratt Whitney or Simpsons. Thank you, Mike. Threat of rain once again. Off there in the distance, looks like a bit of a precip coming towards us. Nice rotate. Struggling a bit on that climb out, man. blustery now. See the Nick Gray, that was loud. It was loud. About as loud as your $1,000 donation the other day, mate. Along with everybody else, thank you very much indeed. Give yourselves a big pat on the back for your kind donations to the Ukrainian effort. It's interesting, someone said to me, is that for the defence? It's not for defence. What do you think we're going to buy a load of missiles for crying out loud? It's for helping people in distress, mate. Is that for the defence? Yeah, we're going to buy, I mean, what's 13 grand going to buy you? Half a flipping tail of a missile. Jason Izzotti, do you think they'll be able to do an interview video in one of the ATC centres with the ATC video when we do? Jason, the answer to that, I've got to be honest with you, is no. Just because it's such a very sensitive part of airport operations. You know, we would have, if we did anything, it would have to be fully POV. You know, we would not be able to sort of like talk. It would have to be very, very quiet. It would have to be in a separate room. We have been in the operations room at Munich one time, which was quite interesting. Been in quite a few operational centres, but in terms of air traffic control, we have talked to Nats before about doing that as well, but just because of the complexity of it and the sensitivity of it. Screaming Emu, there we go. When he worked there, it was even difficult to get permission for a visiting group to even take photographs. Yeah, it's a very sensitive area, is air traffic control. So, you know, it's the kind of thing that's available to see on some television channels and YouTube. Sometimes you can see BBC did a piece live with them a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago, but when BBC were doing their airport live, Heathrow Airport live, a little bit sort of like, you know. FCM. Couldn't they practice on Concorde? Two birds with one stone. Hey! Throw a bit of fairy liquid in with it. Big old bubbly Concorde. Need to get scrubbing brushes and all that though, don't you? You need to scrub all that grubbiness off of that. It's a difficult thing to do, man. Difficult thing to do, just because of the deep and grubby. Need a bit of Sillet Bang on Concorde, don't they? Hi, I'm Barry North! Sorry. Stop shouting! landing from Etihad. What's this? TCC, yeah. Incredible amount of pressure. I think Screaming Emu coming from that background would be right in saying, what is it? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 30 minute between sessions, or is it 1 hour or something like that? I guess it's different in whatever environment you're in, but in the heat of the moment, somewhere like Heathrow, for instance, you're talking about a very highly pressurized environment, and therefore I think their duty sessions last no more than an hour, I don't think, maybe less though, purely from the fact that they need to be fully concentrating on their on the environment, especially when you've got a situation where there's lots of go-arounds and stuff like that going on. Something's starting up. What's that starting up? Is that one of these jets that's taxiing up, perhaps? It's a little bit too late to be doing that, I think. LFC, I knew I'd heard Jerry's voice before when I started watching Big Jet TV. That's interesting. Sometimes it's an hour or two. Wow, an hour or two. Where is she down? Yeah. Wow, an hour or two. Flipping heck. It's a long time to be on duty in the heat of the battle, isn't it? But then again, I guess it goes so quick when you're in the heat of the battle, I'd imagine. Now here's a nice example of a 777. She's nice and clean, isn't she? This one lining up now. See, she's recently been in service or whatever it might be, and she's had a good scrub. Sarah Faro saying, I haven't seen that Etihad livery before. Okay, Screaming Emu, yeah, right, gotcha. Got your initials on the board. They ask if you want a break. It's down to you whether you do or you don't. I find that quite interesting, really, because I would have said whether you like it or not, you're going to have a break. Because whether you feel fatigued or not, it could be something that's that you're not fully aware of, you know. But there you go. It is what it is. That's their procedures. Then. Swedish. Nick Gray, American ATC controllers sometimes speak so fast. Unless, of course, barely follow them on pilot seem to. Yeah, it is crazy, the Americans. American 24 line up and waiting. I'm just getting to on American 74. You cleared takeoff and runway to the American 17. United 4, hold your position. What is it is very quick. JVDG, by the way, thank you for your report on the USA. I love the Antonov, the way it opens the nose and lowers itself. Great, nice amount of wheels. Thanks again, JVDG. Yeah, that's one thing that I really wanted to highlight was that squat capability of the AM124. So the craziness of it is that all that weight is put on those two tiny plates initially, of course. Diane 78, Little Taron 301, Q&A on Radar TCC. I love watching foreign pilots versus US ATC videos. Ada Campbell, has anyone seen that meme of the 2747 freight trains sharing a joke? Yes, Ada, quite heavily used that one, and it is great, isn't it? Because it's it's very old, but still classic. When you look at it, you can't help but smile. Bill Lad, Screaming Amy, Nick Gray, Paul Skilling, last few departures on 27 right. I think this is it, folks, this little gaggle here. This is the final. I think that American triple is going to be the last to go out. First departures lined up on 27 left. Janet Callahan. Good afternoon, everybody. Sat watching this while I'm on a course, Janet Callahan. Oh, well, don't miss anything you should do, Janet. Afro Arrow, Alex Hilton, Reedy. Is everyone ready for a daft question? Go on then, Reedy. Ken Harrison, are you getting the whiffs of Jet A1 up there? Ken, yes, I am. Rab H. Where is it? Last aircraft out of 27 right departures, American 777, 200 with Trent 800 power plant. She is headed for Miami. Should be loud and proud. Here we go. JBDG, thank you. J Mank. Fastest recorded Southwest taxi was 155 mile an hour. Reedy, can a passenger jet do a loop-the-loop? Well, theoretically, it probably could. Empty and, yeah, it probably could. But it's not something that you would want to do with the passengers on board. I think it was, who was it that did a barrel roll in a 707 many moons ago? That was, what's his name? He was a very famous pilot, one of the test pilots for Boeing. And the CEO of Boeing was standing there watching it and all. But hey, listen, man. I mean, how to test an airframe? Do a loop-the-loop. I mean, go on then, son. Here we go. Clear takeoff. 27 right. Like the Singapore Slinger is going to be arriving on this runway. She's not in yet. So what's going to get here first? The Singapore Slinger or my quarter pounder? Dun 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 dun. And my apple pie, of course. Really? Oh, is he? Okay, well, it takes me about a minute. Right, okay, folks, stand by. Stand by. Julie, stay online because I just need to check, because if I'm halfway down the elevator and the slinger comes up, I'll turn around. Okay, folks, here we go. Okay, that's not, no, that's not. Johnson, that was his name, wasn't it? Someone just said. Watching the time, someone said.
See what these guys have got to contend with.
Easy. There's your shed effect right there. Hey! Hey! Easy. Wow, greased it. Nice. Oh.
Cry my eyes out.
Now, you want to talk flipping heck. You want to talk about rudders? Look at the rudder on this thing. Cough it up, mate. Might be gold watch. Oh, hello. It's going to get a bit sketchy about around the 200-foot mark. 500. It'd be funny if the old computer was like 500. Easy, son. Easy. Oh, she's got it. She's got it. Flare it. There it is. Nice. How cool was that? Excuse me. Best looking 380 in my got a nose full of Dunlop. Yeah. Speed brakes up. Coughing on. Set. Coughing like a docker. Just smoked 40 B&H on the way down there. Esther, we believe it's going to be this summer, isn't it? Etihad bringing their 380 back. Wasn't it 380? Wasn't it summer? Back on the summer schedule, I think. Oh, look at this, CMA-CGM. With his special radar nose, look. Look at his special radar nose. He's got a boop on the nose. Yeah. It is. Yeah, man. I don't know if Screaming Emu or any other pilots could actually enlighten me on this, but it always seems that when the winds are quite strong, that they seem to be approaching not a great deal faster, but it just I don't know if it's just an optical illusion, but it seems that their approach speed is much faster. It's fine, JVDG. You're saying it looks like an angry bird.
radar moustache. Steve Batty, you're right. I think half of the smog from those days was the smokers in London, wasn't it? That's where the old term came from, oily rag, wasn't it? Oh, easy, easy, easy. Apple pie time. Whoa, bang! Wow! Nice! Apple pie.
Oh, that's a good one. He's 19 years old, is he? Okay, well, what's that? What's that? Hey? Ben Maron, I'm 19 and would love to work in the aviation sector. What is the best way in? Ben, you know what? Inquire to airport operations, depending on where your nearest airport is. We've got a member here who works at Bristol, haven't we? She's in operations at the airfield. Not long been working there, I think. Yeah. So really, to be honest with you, just keep trying. Even the aircraft cleaning services, man. Start there. Get your foot in through the door, literally, and then just make your way through if you can. Get onto the airport operations on the ground. That's where you'll really enjoy yourself. Look, there are people who are pilots who used to work in different elements of the aviation sector. Screaming Emu there, talking about the fact that he was once with the ATC, the air traffic control. So you know, lots of different opportunities.
There we go. Screaming Emu started on the ramp at 18.
And Dom's saying that there are openings for apprentices at his airfield, is it? I missed that.
Easy. There we go, there we go.
The reason why it's called the Singapore Slinger, well, we call it the Singapore Slinger, is that something that I adopted. I gave it that name way back at the beginning when we started Big Jet TV, because the Singapore Sling is a cocktail, is it not? Is it called the Singapore Sling?
Oh, that apple pie was lovely, man.
Even when they're lukewarm, they're good. Probably got about 40 million E's in it or something like that, you know. Shh. Quickly, disperse. Screaming Emu. If JetBlue gets A330s or 350, maybe someday he'll drive the 350, the bigger super twins. Yeah, why not, man? Get the opportunity. Something over the top of me sounds like either a C-17 or a C-130. Dom will probably know that. Either Bryce bound or out of Bryce or something like that. Margiane, final queen, will be going to Miami. Yeah, screaming in. Get on the long hauls, man. Come and visit us here at London Heathrow. Nana's Worms and Gold and Singapore Sling used to be my favourite cocktail. There we go. Charlie Redpath! Sorry. Simon Taylor, we add half the steady state winds plus the gusts, but no more than 20 knots to our VREF approach speed, Boeing 747-8. Simon Taylor, wow, we add half the steady state winds plus the gust, but no more than 20 knots. Like that. This is these are the jets that BA were once co-sharing, weren't they? Don't know if they still are. This could be a BA operation, you never know. Might have a BA flight number to it. But I think they've stopped that now, haven't they? Anybody know more about that? Jeff Bryson, is the long haul stuff not also boring at times? Seems there could be a lot of time with not much to do. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you're monitoring, aren't you? You're sitting there, you're monitoring the instruments, you're monitoring the panels. You're fully rested, of course, so you're not sort of like dropping off or anything like that. But you know, when you get to the other end, it depends on the airline, really. I mean, a lot of I'm hearing that a lot of the well, not a lot of, but some of the airlines have reduced the amount of time that the crews are given in the other, you know, like in the US, for example. Whereas it would normally be sort of like a 2-day turnaround, it's now cut down to 1 day, I think. Not for all airlines, but easy. Bit of a sink rate issue there, I think. Ooh, bit low on the old glide slope. Ooh, looks like you're trying to eke it over the line. Go on, son, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, right on the markers and all. Fair play. Start up. Diane 78, ANA 777, 8 minutes out. Jill Perry, Stevie Luskin, Margie Anticc screaming at you. Mike Hall, best site to buy Big Jet TV stuff. Trying to get a hoodie. Bigjet.shop. Mike, bigjet.shop is your and I think on some devices it shows the merchandise underneath, doesn't it? Stephen Luscombe, yes, shed effect indeed. Yeah, Connick. Oh, 6:45, mate. That'll be morning. That'll be yeah, I think so. It will be morning. You're right there. It'll be daylight. Sorry. Oh, look at the wings bouncing away there, man. Of course, there's more ground turbulence caused by structures and stuff like that going on, but those big sheds definitely do cause quite a lot of interference on the approach. C'est little français, mais oui. Very good indeed, very good landing. Tobias. Simon Bennett, first Etihad 380, arrives EY11 on Monday 17th of July. Let's make sure we make a note of that, Julie. Can you just make a note of that, please? And then I'll put it on the planner. 6:45 a.m. initially 1 per day, increasing to 3 per day later in the year, so I believe. That'll be, yes, over at Terminal 4. Well, yeah, we'd love to cover that that landing. Well, I mean, we will, but it'd be great to do it airside. But to be honest with you, depending on operations, easy. Ooh. Yes, definitely that. Oh. So he's been told by who? Oh, yeah. Spring is definitely not in the air for them, is it? David E. indeed this Sunday goes to British Standard Time. Standard! Read all about it! Oh, British Summertime, sorry. British Standard Time. You stupid boy! How long have you been on this earth, Jerry? I'm crying out loud. British Standard Time. No, I've been doing too many trips to America, that's what it is. Central Eastern Standard, middle, flipping Western Eastern Time. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Standard Daylight Saving Order. Oh, I don't know. Hi, did you do? Good afternoon to you. Clip 707. They're all like that apparently. Kathy and the Birds. Aidan Campbell. Terry Stapling. I see N863GT is back with you in Anchorage from Hong Kong today, Marjian. Oh, is that the last 747-8? I think it possibly may be. Always had it as march forward, fall back, as in the fall. No, march forward, because you can spring left, right, up, down, back, forward, can't you? Whereas you march, you're not going to march backwards, are you? Fifth great big argument about changing things. Yeah. Stand by. Ready on about it. Kenya Airways, all the way from Nairobi. It's hitting the shed effect right there. Yeah, look at the wings flexing, man. How cool is that? Oh, beautifully done. Whoa! Nicely done. Very nicely executed landing. I'll give that a 10 out of 10, mate. I'll give that a 10 out of 10, son. Ooh! Hey! Aer Lingus. Oh man. Nice shiny set of nacelles on her. She's down. She's down. Just want to see that one that's tracking across in the. Got a bit of a stack shot going on here. Hold on to your hats, boys. A380 in the engine test bay. Something approaching from the right to the back of the stack there, coming in to your shot any moment now. From below, there she is. It's 4-engined, it's big, and it's a 380. Yeah, look at that, man. Joining up on the back of the stack right now. Establishing the ILS. me O'Reilly. What's that up there? Is that the hold? Is that in the hold? Must be in the hold, mate. 350. Is that Virgin 350? Oh, it's just a 350. Is that in the big in hold? Is it possibly? Is that the big in hold? Just coming out of the big in hold, right? Oh, it's turning now. No, it's turning now. It looks like it's holding it. Is it just doing a big turn? No, that's a 350, mate. I'm sure it is. Oh, I don't know actually. No, that is a 350. Yeah. Busy out there then. Well, you know, what the other thing when I'm on a golf thing, just to, you know, turn up there. Well, I don't know. I hope so. Rob Walker, Virgin Atlantic 350 1000 from Delhi in the hold. Thank you, Rob. There's streaks all over the gaff. It's gonna go all wrong, like that beard stuff. Royal Air Morocco 737 Max. I think they've improved it since then, though. Wow, look at those wings flexing, man. Tango. Nice. Feels like the wind has actually dropped a little bit. Still tasty enough though, isn't it? Have the little, what about a little one on the top of there? Look. Hello, I'm a little windsock. What's that? Just a moment of madness. I'm sorry, man. It's gonna look silly though, isn't it? I'm gonna do it. Come on, son. Come on, son. Easy, easy. Oi! Nose up, nose down. Here we go. Hold tight, hold tight. There she goes, there she goes, there she goes. Fly it in. Bosh, there you go. Wow. Nice. She came down a bit heavy on the front, but hey, we'll let her off that one.
Blimey.
Nick Gray, just like the droopy, sad windsock at at the float plane airport in Anchorage. He was sad, wasn't he? But then just before we went, he perked up, didn't he? Whee! Kathy and the Birds, Tobias, Martin T, JVDG, D-Bash mode, Butter in the back, Zombie Talk TCC. This is anybody see that wing floof? Beautiful example of over wing compression from Los Angeles that I posted last night. Check it out. Japan Airlines, I think it was. It was an ANA one as well. It was a bit of a difficult one, but they were much the same. Oh, yeah. Nice. A little bit of vortex off the outboard flaps there. Or the outboard flap segment, should I say. Kathy Williams, EK31, just flown over. Arrow, loving the stack shots. Let's have a look and see what we got. Okay, what are we going to close on? Oh, well, here we go. We've got, yeah, Emirates EK31. There we go. She's on the back of the stack. Nice shot. Nice shot, like that. He's tracking for the back. Nice. Quite thumpy. Would have felt that. Would have been a bit of a as the all the overhead bins are rattled about. It's quite amazing how the overhead bin stowage bins, the middle ones, not so much the outboard ones, but the middle ones, are on a sort of like, you know, a flexi sort of like mounting where they allow a certain amount of tolerance in the flex, because obviously if they were fitted solid, I think they might structurally maybe be a little bit weak. Diesel 13, good afternoon. Susan New, sorry. I like the stacks. Matthew MLH, they're suitable for framing. Oi! Seagull wanting to get in there, get in a little bit. Take a picture now! Oh no, it's a pigeon. Sorry. Everybody happy? This is that 350, isn't it? Is that the 350 that was in the hole? I think it was. Yeah, right on the keys. Or on the markers, should I say. That is the actually TDZ in it, really. That is the main TDZ, I think. Or Z, TDZ, sorry, for English people. How very dare you!
Hey folks, sorry about that. You know what? It's this is the big battery that we use. It's called a V-lock. It's the kind of thing that you see bolted to the back of the big broadcast cameras that they carry around. That's why it's got a V-lock on it, so it sits on the back of the camera. We've got one here on the Bond. Normally these will last around 7 hours. They're good for 7 hours. However, not now, because we're using 4K. It drains the battery, and we're running about 3 hours behind that. So we obviously now learnt our lesson that we've got to put an alarm on to make sure that we check the main battery around about 4.5 hours in. So sorry about that. You know, it couldn't happen at any other time, could it? It didn't happen like, 20 minutes ago, could it? It had to happen when the 380 was coming in. But that is how we roll. You know how it goes. So listen, I don't know when I lost you, whether we caught it on approach or what, but I'm going to head off now, catch up with some emails. People have been trying to get hold of me. More stuff to hopefully bring to you in terms of a special show in Liège, which we've talked about a few times before, and other things to set up as well. So now listen, I will say this only once. Friday, winds are expected to pick up, and if they do and it all works out, we're obviously going to monitor it, but be aware we may have a Friday show for you over in the paddock for overhead arrivals, windy arrivals. So keep an eye out. And also, listen, if you're on the app or if you're on YouTube, you've got your notifications on YouTube or your notifications on the app, don't rely on that. Keep your eye on the feed on Friday. A couple of people coming in saying I didn't get a notification. Well, it's Wednesday, so you would open your app, wouldn't you? Obviously, you would open the thing just to see whether we're on or not. But good job that you did, to be honest with you. But listen, keep your eyes peeled for what's happening on Friday. If we don't do anything, we'll obviously be back on Sunday, and then we'll move on from there. But other than that, thank you so much to everybody. Big thanks to the Courtyard by Marriott right here at London Heathrow. I would say in terms of runway views, overhead runway views, unrestricted runway views, most definitely here at the Courtyard Marriott. You must be a resident here, a paying resident here at the Courtyard. You can't just wander up here in the elevator and help yourselves. You've got to show a little bit of respect to the hotel themselves. I think you can come and have a meal in the top bar there. Not open here yet, for whatever reason, I don't know yet. But you can come and help yourself and have a meal here. You don't have to be a resident, but in terms of just coming here and turning up and sort of helping yourself, it's a bit disrespectful, if you know what I mean. It's like someone turning up in your front garden, like, you know. Anyway, thank you, folks. Welcome to all our fantastic new members. Thank you to all our amazing members, our current members. Thank you to all of those who've gifted membership as well. A wonderful thing to do, a very generous thing to do, especially under the current circumstances that we're all in. So listen, we will be back. We'll probably post something between now and Friday, maybe, I don't know, but it depends on what's going on Friday. But we look forward to seeing you next time anyway. Take care of yourselves, be good to yourselves. Whatever you do, do it responsibly and do it carefully, and we will see you on either Friday or Sunday, one of the two. Take it easy, see you later. Okay, GP, you can wrap it with a big bow.